And the recipient schools are Suminot National High School, Gipos National High School, and Kumalarang National High School. Also, these are the pictures during the distribution of the IPC package to the recipient schools. Okay, so I will now bring you to the status of WINS OMS encoding as of February 22, 2022. For elementary schools, we will now go directly to Zamboanga del Sur. We only got 18%, no, 18% of schools who have successfully encoded the WINS OMS. So the Ma'am Rochelle Legaspi is reminding all the schools to go on with the encoding of the WINS OMS because last year we got 100% of this in terms of encoding the data of this WINS OMS. For elementary, again, we only got 18%. For secondary, Zamboanga del Sur only got 12% as of yesterday. So again, we are encouraging all the school heads to proceed with the encoding of this WINS OMS so that we can reach at the peak the 100% of this particular convergence. We will now proceed with the status of AIP 2022 submission by school districts. No updates as of February 22, 2022. For Qualcy 1, for the percentage of submission, Dumingag 1 is 6.67%, Dumingag 2, 11.11%, Josefina is 29.41%, Mahayag North is 81.82%, and congratulations to Mahayag South for being 100% in terms of submission of the AIP for 2022. For Qualcy 2, Mulave East is 23.08%, Mulave West 11.11%, Midsalip 1 42.86%, Midsalip 2 13.33%, Suminot 1 at 27.27%, Suminot 2 50%, Ramon Magsaysay 1 28.57%, Ramon Magsaysay 2 46.67%, Tambulig 1 36.84%, and Tambulig 2 9.52%. For Qualcy 3, from Aurora East, they got the percentage of submission 62.50%, Aurora West 48%, Labangan 1 57.89%, Labangan 2 76.92%, Tukuran East 10.53%, and Tukuran West 69.23%. For Qualcy 4, Bayog 1, 45.45%, Bayog 2, 20%, Dumalinaw 1, 27.78%, Dumalinaw 2, 0%, Lakewood 1, 20%, Lakewood 2, 0%, Kumalarang 1, still 0%, Kumalarang 2, 7.14%, Tigbaw 1, 28.57%, and Tigbaw 2, 50%. For Qualcy 5, Lapuyan 1, 7.14%, Lapuyan 2, 5%, Margo sa Tubig 1, 64.29%, Margo sa Tubig 2, 77.78%, San Miguel 1, 41.67%, San Miguel 2, 55.56%, San Pablo 1, 29.41%, San Pablo 2, 16.67%, Vincenzo Sagon 1, 33.33%, and Vincenzo Sagon 2, 0%. For Qualcy 6, Dimataling 1, 11.76%, Dimataling 2, 0%, Dinas 1, 0%, Dinas 2, 9.52%, Gipos 1, 40%, Gipos 2, 0%, Pitogo 1, 50%. Pitogo 2, 0%. Tabina 1, 15.38%. And Tabina 2, 21.43%. We would like also to inform the field that we have incoming program for International Student Assessment or PISA scheduled tentatively on March 2022. The schools in the division of Zamboanga del Sur identified by the central office for this PISA. We have one public school and one from private school. For public school, an identified school by the central office is Aurora National High School, Aurora East. And for private school, we have Star of the Sea High School, Tukuran East. Let's move forward to the updates from the youth development programs under the youth formation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the ongoing district YDP cascading compliance to the Division Memorandum number 25, series of 2022. The date for this is January 25, and the completion reports will be due on March 1, 2022, and this will be uploaded to the link posted on screen. We also have the organization of the district officers 2022, both elementary and secondary. Officers for the YESO with the district advisor, Barkada Contra Droga with the district advisor, and the Child Protection Committee. Submission of appointed list of district officers shall be uploaded to the Google Drive not later than March 5, 2022. The link for the Google Drive is now posted on screen. So first quarter monitoring for Gulayan, GPP, Gulayan sa Paaralan Program, and SIGA implementation in schools. Proposed schedule of district quality and division level GPP and SIGA evaluation is on March to April 2022 as approved. Dissemination of memorandum and guidelines will be posted. For inquiries, please feel free to contact Madam Alili Grace Dilingating in her contact number 0927-1173-021. Okay, so let's now move forward to the updates from the SGOD, Social Mobilization and Networking, from SOCMOB. Concerns for quarter 1 of fiscal year 2022. The submission of the Adapt a School Program quarterly report. This is in reference with DepEd Memorandum number 364 series of 2007, the coordination of all private sector engagements with DepEd through the Adapt a School Program. Secretariat, DepEd Order number 82, series of 2009, the documentation procedure on private sector donations to public school, and DepEd Memorandum number 19, series of 2010, changes in DepEd Order number 82, series of 2009. This office hereby advises the school heads through the School Social Mobilization and Networking or SOCMOB coordinator to submit to the office of the PSDS or the PICD through the District Social Mobilization and Networking Coordinator the necessary ASP or Adapt a School Program quarterly reportorial requirements using the attached forms corresponding to the kind of support received from the external stakeholders as follows. These are the reports to submission of Adapt a School Program quarterly report. Form 1, the learning environment. Form 2, learning support. Form 3, technology support. Form 4, health and nutrition. Form 5, reading program. Form 6, training and development. Form 7, direct assistance. And Form 8, the assistive learning devices for students with special needs. For submission of Adapt a School Program quarterly report for fiscal year 2022, for the first quarter, the date of submission is March 31. 2022, second quarter, June 30, 2022, and third quarter, September 30, 2022, and for the fourth quarter, December 26, 2022. Submission, still with the submission of this particular report, the district SOCMOB coordinator is directed to prepare and submit to the SGOD Division Social Mobilization and Networking Unit the ASP District Physical Facilities Inventory and Priority Needs for fiscal year 2022. So submission of fiscal year 2022 partnership data reports on the Enhanced DepEd Partnerships Database System or DPDS every 6th day of succeeding month. Okay, and the submission of the fiscal year 2022 partnership data reports on the Enhanced DepEd Partnership Database System every 6th day of the succeeding month. The External Partnership Service or the EPS in coordination with the Information and Communication Technology Services or the ICTS shall closely monitor the submission of the reports and review the data uploaded in the enhanced DPDS. So this will be the regional summary captured in the enhanced DPDS shall be reported to the DepEd Partnership Management Committee every month as of the official partnership data. So this summary will also be shared to offices needing partnership data at the DepEd Central Office. So for any concerns of the DPDS, you may send to the following email address. So the email address that you may send your queries is now being posted on screen. So submission of fiscal year 2022 partnership data reports on the Enhanced DepEd Partnerships Database System every 6th day of succeeding month, or you may address all DPDS concerns to Mr. J. Fricks Q. Katakutan, the EPS2 DPDS Focal Person, Assistant Division Partnership Focal Person. So submission on the following. Names of your Association of Barangay Council or the ABC Chairman, names of your Municipal Councilor, Chairman, Committee on Education. Let's now move forward to the updates of Division Research 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here announcing this particular update I should say, is the conduct of the 5th Regional Virtual Research Congress on March 16 to 17, 2022. All BERF 2020 funded researchers are advised to submit the manuscripts for self-evaluation checklist. For more details on this, kindly ask your District Research Committee Chair or your District Research Coordinator. Conduct of the 6th Division Research Congress is March 29 to 31, 2022, and it is being indicated here that all approved research proposals, ongoing research implementation, and completed research studies are advised to submit copies in both soft and hard not later than March 21, 2022. So official division memorandum to follow soon, including all salient details. Okay, so we will now move on to, next slide please. The Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur vaccination status. So we have here the division personnel being categorized into non-teaching positions, teaching positions, teaching-related positions. So for non-teaching positions, we have 365 total number, and the vaccinated out of this number is 362 with a total percentage of 99.18. For teaching positions, we have the total number of 9,157. Vaccinated out of this number is 8,304 with a percentage of 90.68. For teaching-related positions, the total number is 860 and the total number of vaccinated teaching-related positions is 826 with a percentage of 96.05. Total number of division personnel, 10,382. We have 9,492 vaccinated with a percentage of 91.43. On the part of the learners, this is categorized into senior high school, junior high school, and elementary. For senior high school, we have 17,690 total number, and the vaccinated is 7,709 with a percentage of 43.58. For junior high school, we have the total number of 63,061. Total number of vaccinated is 13,996 with a percentage of 22.19. For elementary learners, we have the total number of 122,731. Vaccinated out of this number is 444 with the percentage of 0.36. Total number of learners, we have 203,482. Vaccinated, 22,149. Percentage is 10.88%. Schools identified for expanded face-to-face classes. The grade level offering, we have purely have 2 and compliant to ESAT is 1. Kinder, junior high school to senior high school 2 and compliant to ESAT is 1. Elementary to senior high school we have 1 and it is not compliant with ESAT. Junior high school and senior high school 17. Compliant is 8. Purely senior high school we have 5 and compliant to ESAT is 2. Total number of private schools 62. Compliant to ESAT is only 19. For schools identified to expanded face-to-face classes, purely elementary, no, we have 501. With LGU concurrence as of yesterday, we have 152. To be decided is still 252. Then for elementary with junior high school, we have 5. With LGU concurrence 0, and to be decided is 4. For elementary to senior high school, we have 1. With LGU concurrence 0, and 1 to be decided. Purely junior high school 25, 9 with LGU concurrence, and to be decided is still 12. Or junior high school with senior high school, we have 55. With LGU concurrence is 22, and to be decided is 24. Purely senior high school, we have 1, 0 with LGU concurrence, and to be decided is still 1. The reasons why these schools are to be decided yet is that the mayors are not around due to the election-related activities, and also the local IATF still needs to convene to decide over the matter. And the reasons also for not being concurred by the LGU, the target vaccination rate in the locality was not met to achieve the herd immunity. And the schools did not comply the requirements on the safety seal of excellence prescribed by the DILG. Okay, so the same. Next. Okay, so that ends the updates of the SGOD. Again, this is Mr. Antonio Oganuv presenting in behalf of our SGOD Chief, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo. Thank you and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Walay sounds, gang, walay sounds.
Check mic test. Check mic. Ako may wala.
Ikaw may wala, Kathleen. You check your mic. Hello, Em. Hello.
Hello.
Okay na?
Yes, ma'am. You can proceed, ma'am.
I really cannot hear your voice. Okay. So,
Proceed na lang, ma'am.
yeah, kindly check my slides if it's okay already.
Yes, it's showing,
Ina?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. My respect to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Macaraig Jacinto, CISO 6, to our two assistant schools division superintendents, Dr. Romy Daligdig and also Sir Raymond Salvador, Sese, to all our participants who are here right now, education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, our specialists, our school principals, all the members of the Exicom, a pleasant morning. Now for Curriculum Implementation Division, for the guidance of those who signified their intention to offer homeschooling program in public schools, the Department of Education issued the revised policy guidelines on homeschooling program, and this is consistent with its mandate to establish, maintain, and support a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education relevant to the needs of the people and society as mandated in Article 14, Section 2.2 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. So the homeschooling program, as you can see here, the revised policy guidelines on homeschooling on DepEd Order Number 1 Series 2022. This is actually in response to the queries raised by some of our public schools who are very interested to offer this homeschooling program. So this aims to strengthen the implementation and regulation of the homeschooling program at the school level to ensure quality, relevant, responsive, liberating, and inclusive education for homeschool learners. The homeschooling program is actually designed as one among the alternative delivery modes which may be offered by any public or private school as a response to the need of learners who cannot regularly report to school due to medical conditions. Actually, I was alarmed in 2021 because there were already schools who informed us that they already implemented the homeschooling program. But I told them, especially our public schools, I told them to please wait for the guidelines. So here are now the guidelines for the opening of homeschooling. So this homeschooling is addressed to to learners who cannot regularly report to school due to medical conditions, family situations, and difficult circumstances that require more regular parental support and supervision, and for learners whose parents opt them to be educated at home by themselves. So program management, of course, parents, guardians, and the parents shall carefully monitor the work and progress of their children and shall be the primary agent of the teaching learning process. So although we are now implementing this distance learning, but the so-called homeschooling is different because this will be conducted, all the parents or the guardians here serve as the primary agent of the teaching learning process, including its execution, its design and execution. So for the homeschool, there is also a homeschool coordinator assigned. The homeschool coordinator shall coordinate with parents, guardians whose children are enrolled in the homeschooling program, and also homeschool teacher advisor and learning area teachers. Now, what will be the curriculum that will be utilized? If the country remains the state of emergency, the focus of instruction shall be the most essential learning competencies. Now, in the succeeding school years, if the MELCs will no longer be used and will be back to our old normal, the K-12 curriculum shall be implemented for homeschooling program. So those who will opt to offer homeschooling program both in private and public schools, then they will still use the most essential learning competencies. Now, for instruction, as I've said earlier, only those learners at risk of dropping out will be given special consideration when we implement this homeschooling program. Learners with special educational needs, learners who are incapable of learning to school regularly because of a medical condition, learners who are in emergency situations, national emergency, or in conflict area, learners who had unpleasant experiences that affect their health and well-being in the regular school, learners who drop out for personal reasons, learners whose parents, guardians have jobs that require them to constantly travel, and learners whose studies are interrupted due to relocation of parents, guardians within the Philippines or as OFWs. So for kindergarten learners, they may be admitted to the homeschooling program if they meet the 5-year-old qualification per DepEd Order 47 series of 2016, the Omnibus Policy on Kindergarten Education as amended by DepEd Order number 20 series of 2018. So the learning resources that will be utilized, the same as what we also offered in the formal school, textbooks, SLMs, printed or digitized learning materials, video lessons, radio-based lessons, etc., and the non-text-based materials. These are tools, devices, equipment, and manipulatives as supplement in the teaching learning process. Then the parents or the guardians are also required to come up or to prepare the learning plan. So it may be a weekly, monthly, or quarterly learning plan and shall contain the following: the learning area, the learning competencies, and the learning task. So for classroom assessment, the ECD checklist for kinder, of course, provisions of DepEd Order number 8, series of 2015 on policy guidelines on classroom assessment for the K-12 basic education program. The formative assessment shall be administered by the parents, and then the homeschool learner shall take summative assessments at the school in which they are officially enrolled. So if these particular students enrolled in the homeschooling program, they should enroll in those schools, even if it's private, or those public schools offering this particular program. And then it's the responsibility of the school to provide summative assessments. Now, going back to the learning resources, this will also be provided by the school. And then another is portfolio of accomplishment per quarter. Learner has to prepare per quarter the portfolio of accomplishment. Now, for national assessment, they are not exempted. Those who are enrolled in homeschool program, learners shall take the National Career Assessment Examination or the INCAI and the National Achievement Test at the school level. So they shall be included in the official list of test takers. That is why these students should be officially enrolled in those private and public schools offering the homeschooling program. Now, for private schools, there are already schools signify their intention to also avail or to implement this program. First thing that you need to do, and I'd like to request our district supervisors to orient our private school principals that they need to secure a permit to offer a homeschooling program. And then public schools, first, Kasi first ito ng public school, pag mag-o-offer kayo, kailangan na you seek authorization to offer the homeschooling program from the regional office. So, authorization, once approved na yan, shall be valid for 2 years. Please take note, if the authorization has already approved by the regional office, then authorization shall be valid for 2 years. The regional office may revoke at any time the said authorization or permit upon valid grounds and in accordance with due process. Now let's proceed to the status. If you have, by the way, if you have queries as to the implementation of this program, feel free to ask the CID office, or we will also provide you the requirements. Now, status, let's proceed to the status of procured CO, Central Office Procured Modules. As you can see here, English Quarter 3, Grade 10, Module 1, Writing an Argumentative Essay, number of SLMs delivered 4,765. This was delivered last December 13 to all schools. And then for English Grade 10 Module 2, using a variety of informative, analytical, persuasive, and argumentative writing techniques, the same number of SLMs, the same date, delivered to schools. And then for Module 3, Grade 10, composing an independent critique of a chosen selection. And there's another Module 4, critiquing a literary selection based on different approaches with the same number of SLMs. For Mathematics, Grade 5, Module 1, finding the area of a circle, 6,094. This was delivered last December 13 directly to the different schools. And then Math Grade 5 Module 2, finding the volume of cube and rectangular prisms. Again, 6,094. Then Math Grade 5 Module 3, measuring temperature with the same number of SLMs delivered. The same Quarter 3, Math Grade 5, Module 4, constructing and interpreting lines. Math Grade 5, Module 5, exploring experimental probability with 6,094, bought 6,094 copies. English Grade 6, Module 1, composing sentences using appropriate verb tenses, conjunction, and adverbs with a total number of 6,466 copies delivered to different schools. English Grade 6, Module 2, writing a persuasive essay, 6,466. Grade 5, Module 1, informal text with 6,094, together with Module 2, make a stand, 6,094. For Grade 6, they delivered Module 1, presenting different viewpoints on an issue with a total number of 6,466, the same date delivered to different schools. Now for Grade 6, Module 2, evaluating narratives based on the development of events, with 6,466 copies. Grade 9, Katarungang Panlipunan with 5,841. Kahalagahan ng pamamahala ng paggamit ng oras, 5,841. For ESP Grade 9, Module 3, kahalagahan ng kasipagan sa paggawa with 5,841 delivered. For Music Grade 10, Module 1, Philippine Music, Traditional Music with 4,765. For Music Grade 10, Module 2, Discovering New Music, Module 4, Module 5, Module 6, Module 7, and for Health, Grade 9, Module 1, Emergency Guide to Save Lives. Grade 9, Module 2, Dressing, Bandages, Rules and Techniques with 5,841. For still the same, quarter 3, Health, Grade 9, Module 3, Health, Grade 9, Module 4, Health, Grade 10, Module 1, Health, Grade 10, Module 2, Health, Grade 10, Module 3. Now for the Health, Grade 9 with 5,849, while Health Grade 10 modules 1, 2, 3, 4 with 4,765 copies each module. And then Health Grade 10 Module 4, 4,765, including Araling Panlipunan Grade 10, M1, Araling Panlipunan Grade 2, M2. And then for ARPAN Grade 3 with 4,765 together with Module 4. For Mathematics Grade 7, Module 1 up to Module 6, 5,951 per module. Then for Math Grade 7, Module 7 and Module 8, the same 5,951. So for Grade 7, Mathematics complete up to Module 8. Now for Araling Panlipunan Grade 5, Modules 1, 2, 3, 4 with 6,094 per module copies. And for Araling Panlipunan Grade 5 Module 4, Araling Mathematics Grade 9 Module 1, 5,841, including Module 2 for Grade 9 with the same number of copies. Then Grade 9 Mathematics Grade Module 3, then Grade 4, Module 4, Module 5, Module 6 with the same number of copies. Then Grade 9 up to 8, so 5,841. For ESP Grade 10, Module 1, Module 2, Module 3 with 4,765 number of copies respectively. For Araling Panlipunan Grade 4, 5,710. Module 1, Modules 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, only 5. For Grade 6, Module 1, 2, 3, Mathematics, this is Mathematics, 4, 5, 6,466 per module. For Science Grade 4, Modules 1, 2, 3, 4 with 5,710. For Mathematics Grade 10, this is already fourth quarter, please take note. Modules 1 and 2 with 4,765 number of copies per module. And then Araling Panlipunan Grade 10, Modules 1, 2, 3, 4 with 4,765 each module. For Araling Panlipunan at Mamamayan at Mabuting Pamahalaan, Module 4, 4,765. For Science, Grade 6, Module 1, 6,466. Module 2, the same number. Modules 3, 4, 5, and 6 with 6,466. So the delivery here is ongoing to get a fourth quarter ongoing, all the identified learning areas and modules here for fourth quarter, the delivery is ongoing. The started last February 17. Okay, so that's the status of our central office procured modules. Now, another thing also, ongoing conduct of action research, assessment on the use of Android tablets. Meron tayong pera sa division office at saka we procured Android tablets for our learners from Key Stage 1 up to Key Stage 4. In other words, including the senior high school. So what we did, I requested the LR to conduct research because the next procurement, perhaps, if the result of the first implementation is effective, so perhaps we will recommend to the top management that instead of using our funds for printing hard copies o yung mga modules natin, we will just buy tablets for our students. So right now, our LR team, headed by Florencio Caballero, they are still busy. Together with our librarian and the rest of the members of the team are still busy distributing the tablets. So districts which receive the tablets, tapos na ito Labangan 1, Labangan 2, Tukuran East, Tukuran West, Tambulig, Ramon Magsaysay, Aurora East, Aurora West, Mulave West, Mulave East, Mahayag South, Mahayag North, and Josefina. Yesterday, we delivered also the tablets intended for Dumingag 1 and 2, Suminot, and Midsalip. And as I've said, ongoing, the delivery or the distribution is still ongoing. Now, for Filipino, here are the updates. Regional training on unpacking of most essential learning competencies, March 1 and 2, 2022. So please inform the participants for Key Stage 1, Julieta Baksan of San Pablo. For Key Stage 2, Annabel Pasco of Dumalinao. And then for and also Elenita Trumada of Tukuran West. And then Key Stage 3, Jeffrey Villamor from MVTS, and Aline B. Duarte of Kabata National High School. For our senior high school, Muhammer L. Taug of Dimataling National High School and John Mark Lurin of Dumalinao National High School. So district supervisors of those concerned participants, please inform those identified participants to attend the unpacking of most essential learning competencies in Filipino, scheduled on March 1 to 2, 2022. Now, next. Activities for English, election of officers for Division English Teachers Association. There will be a separate election of officers for elementary and secondary via Google Meet. Link will be posted in the group chat. So February, this will be on February 24, 2022 at 2 p.m. Another activity in English, regional workshop on unpacking of milks for English, Filipino, and MTB MLE. Access our ZDS Science Google site. O ito yung site na makikita ninyo sa slide. You can also download SLMs, TVIs, our television based instruction, and the radio-based instruction in all grade levels on the same site. Development of Quarter 3 and Quarter 4 learning activity materials based on unmastered milks in all grade levels. Enhanced summative assessment materials, quality assure locally developed materials and summative assessment materials, and then provide technical assistance to all school heads in validating recorded summative assessment versus weekly formative assessment gathered by teachers. For the alternative learning system, we would like to congratulate the following alternative learning system implementers. Jocelyn Brillantes Jocelyn of Bayog, Makasling Lorena of Dimataling, Mananding Ruel of Tigbao, De La Cruz Nelly of Domingaguan, and Perlita of Bayog. With these are our top ALS implementers. Okay? With highest number of enrollment. So ilan lang sila? 5 lang na ALS implementers with highest number of enrollment. The rest are less than 75% enrollment. Again, school heads, district supervisors, please help us advocate the program. We need an increased number of 75 up, meaning kailangan nating itaas yung enrollment because ang tendency kasi pag hindi yan aabot ng 75, meron silang mga incentive na hindi nila matatanggap. Okay. Now for senior high school, I'd like to address this to our secondary school principals implementing senior high school. The checking of forms. Now, we need to conduct the checking of forms in senior high school must be done earlier, probably in March, if possible, to address problems in curriculum. We do not want to entertain the same problems. Yung problems natin previous years. So for us to right away address issues and concerns relative to the non-implementation of the requirements of the senior high school. So please conduct your checking of forms as early as possible para hindi po kayo mag-extend ng inyong graduation, because we will not really allow senior high school to conduct graduation if there are still incomplete requirements, if they cannot comply some of the requirements. So graduation of grade 12 in public and private schools, there are some schools with lack subjects offered or with curriculum deficiencies, because instead of following the K-12 senior high school curriculum, they offered subjects not within the curriculum. So that is why they have these curriculum deficiencies. But again, they proceeded to conduct confirmation of students during graduation without complying the requirements as prescribed in senior high school curriculum. So again, this year, we limit our issues. As much as possible, we have to address our deficiencies before graduation. Kasi parang nangangayayat na yung ang ating coordinator, senior high school coordinator, sa dami ng mga problema ng ating mga senior high school. At tayo naman ay tumaba dahil sa stress sa dami ng problema ng curriculum. So I hope you will help us. Do not give us tons of issues, problems to be solved pag time na ng graduation. So as much as possible, let's address it together. If you need our technical assistance, feel free to approach us. We are open 24/7. Wala na tulog-tulog, ana. Okay, for performance outputs of senior high school students, many private schools, again, district supervisors, because part of your KRS, actually your duties and responsibilities, is to monitor our private schools together with our education program supervisors. Because we are only 10 here in the division, that is why we need our district supervisors and our principals in charge of the district to help us monitor the private schools. Please, you do not just simply focus on elementary schools, but you include private schools, include our learning centers, and including as well secondary schools. Kasi hindi naman independent yung mga secondary schools na hindi na magpa-monitor sa mga district supervisors. Kasi karamihan kasi ng complaints ng ating mga PSDSS ay parang independent na yung mga secondary schools. Usahay ang uban dili inamutuo. So please our district supervisors, our education supervisors, part of their KRAs is to monitor the implementation of K-12 program in both public and private schools. So many of our private schools failed to require research and portfolios of their students. Please take note of that. Research is non-negotiable because this is one of the important requirements for senior high school, and as well as portfolios of their students. When you monitor private schools, you ask the principal the research outputs of the learners as well as portfolios of students. Then another one, work immersion is school-based. TVL materials and ingredients to be used for work immersion were scarce. There's a scarcity of wala daw silang mga materials, kulang daw ng equipment, and not provided by the school. Okay? Please again, school principals, please look into this. And the district supervisors help us in conducting the monitoring. Kasi iilan lang po tayo sa division office, hindi natin mag-cover lahat ng mga schools sa dami ng mga schools ng Zamboanga del Sur. Okay. Now, for alternative learning system, ALS Learner Skills Development titled ARMAS, Arnis Martial Arts. Ang ibig sabihin ng ARMAS, Arnis Martial Arts Strategies, a self-defense training for Cluster 2 on February 23, today up to February 25. And then Caravan Charity for a Cause, Zamboanga del Sur Rider Federation for Cluster 2, Round 1, October 31, 2021. Actually, ito yung partners natin, private organization na tumutulong sa atin sa pagbibigay ng mga materials. Like they donated 127 first round last October and 88 dreams again last December, second round. Third round on last February 13, they donated 65 reams. So the round 4, April 3, 2022 will be the schedule for the culmination activity. For ELLN, Early Language Literacy and Numeracy, regional webinar on the developmentally appropriate strategies of the early language literacy and numeracy. March, the scheduled is tentative. This is actually tentatively scheduled on March, and the specific date will be announced later. So Regional Memorandum number 507 series of 2021. Participants, please district supervisors for PSDSS, for the ELLN regional level, Melrose Saliot, district supervisor Saliot, Noel Sangrines, and then Berhilia Bagalanon, Jason Cahute, and Sara Antikina. For our school heads participants, Amalia Kabilin, Philomer Banghulot, Anania Sahulga, these are actually our principals in charge of the district. And some principal also heading the central school, Riza Akain, Gina Umboy, Ching Ortiza, Angelique de la Peña, Neil Spencer Barbon, Joseph Araneta. For our teachers, Jovelyn Hidalgo, Heidi Christy Pornia, Wilma Alido, Jonathan Delona, and Janice Tihinaha, Glaidelin Murato, Rosemary Campayan, Angelique de la Peña, Yvonne Tapdasan, and Rolani Barbon. Please inform them. For gender and development, virtual orientation on the utilization of tablet, the ERK to the following schools, school heads and school reading coordinators on February 24, 2021. So link will be sent to the group chat tomorrow. So there will be an orientation to be conducted by the division through the leadership of Dr. Gay Abduhan on the utilization of these tablets to the beneficiaries. Another one, PSDSS and PICDs. Please get your district allocation on gender and development magazines at the supply office. Para naman malinis yung supply office natin sa dami ng mga materials doon, kindly get your allocation on GAD magazines. Now, MAPE and GSP, learning the Galaw Pilipinas National Calisthenics Exercise. This can be downloaded at Galaw Pilipinas instructional video. Now, just to give you a little background as to what is this Galaw Pilipinas. This is actually the Department of Education. The department actually is recently launched. The department recently launched a national calisthenic exercise program, which aimed to promote a healthy lifestyle and cultural steps and movements from cultural dances in the Philippines. So the DepEd, through the Bureau of Curriculum Development and the Special Program Division, named the program Galaw Pilipinas. This is the National Calisthenics Exercises Program. and the galaw symbolized the different movements from the country's treasured folk, cultural, and tribal dances, as well as a few stances from the national sport, which is arnis. So, though there was no formal physical launch of the program, DepEd Order number 60 series of 2021 stated that Galaw Pilipinas must be implemented effective immediately upon the approval and the release of the order. So Galaw Pilipinas aimed to promote an effective lifestyle among Filipinos that would be beneficial to the learners' physical and emotional well-being. So it also aimed to improve our strength, flexibility, cardiovascular endurance, and coordination among learners, as well as balance their lifestyle. So movements from Philippine folk and tribal dances such as Rigodon, Royal, and Marol, Kiwil-Kiwil, Maglalatik, Atraka, Lapay, and Sinulog were put together to assemble the routines of Galaw Filipinas. In fact, here in the division office, our MAPE supervisor has already started introducing the Galaw Pilipinas to some of our personnel who will be tasked to lead the practice. So the implementation of Galaw Pilipinas encourage all DepEd personnel, educators, and learners from both public and private schools nationwide to adopt the national calisthenic exercise as part of flag ceremonies and other morning activities. So all school heads and teachers are encouraged to master the step. So campaign, another thing for GSP, campaign for 100% GSP registration. Yun ang request ng ating GSP Provincial Council to campaign for an increase as much as possible 100% registration. For ADM and multi-grade updates, ongoing production of quarter 3 and quarter 4, learning activity sheets, distribution follows right after. And then simultaneous district cascading on the effective utilization of multi-grade learning activity sheet. Here are some of our concerns. Delayed reproduction of learning activity sheets despite series of follow-up with the supplier. Funding for the multi-grade school heads and teachers orientation on the LAC resources guide. Delayed conduct of the district cascading on the effective utilization of the LAS in some districts despite approved proposal and IATF permits due to overlapping of activities. For edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, Zamboanga del Sur Division is assigned by the regional office to make self-learning modules on edukasyon. Kasi last year, ang inassign sa atin yung thematic modules, no? We produced the thematic modules. This time, RD Root would like to come up with complete sets from quarter 1 to quarter 4 of regional modules. If in case central office-led modules hindi available, meron tayong regional modules. So, Division of Zamboanga del Sur this time is assigned to work on the self-learning modules, specifically edukasyon sa pagpapakatao for the first quarter. It's based on the ESP MELCs from grade 1 to grade 10. This will be utilized during the 2022 opening of classes. Identified writers from the different districts will be formally informed of the right shop and timelines through a division memorandum. Okay, so ito yung timeline natin. Orientation of the writers, first week of March 2022. And then the write shop, second to fourth week of March. Checking quality assurance activity, district level, first week of April. Conformance review division level, second to third week of April. Finalization for the fourth week of April, and submission to the division LRMS for final quality assurance, and ultimately submission to the regional office first week of May 2022. So that this coming school year 2023, meron na tayong magagamit na first quarter kompleto, because other divisions are also assigned to work on other learning areas. For Araling Panlipunan, the 10th ASEAN Quiz Regional Level result. First is Isabela City, and we are happy to inform you that our division garnered second. Queenie Cherise Ventic of Mahayag School of Arts and Trade. Congratulations to Mahayag School of Arts and Trade. We ranked second from the recently concluded Regional 10th ASEAN Quiz. Then the third is Dapitan City. Fourth is Pagadian and Zamboanga del Norte. Fifth place, Zamboanga City. And sixth is Dipolog City. Conduct of the pilot implementation of the e-field through Build and Explore in Minecraft. Education Edition Project. DepEd Memorandum, Office of Undersecretary Curriculum and Instruction in 2022, number 36. The Region 9 is scheduled on February 23 to March 18, 2022. Teachers and learners will learn how to build and explore Minecraft world that will focus on 8 historical places: Manila, Bulacan, Cavite, Corregidor, Bataan, Vigan, and Cebu. The Balik Kasaysayan developed materials will be the main reference. PSDSS for mathematics, PSDSS are required to recommend 2 grade 4 teachers who will attend the training for the elementary mathematics, and 2 grade 7 teachers for junior high school math who can cascade the said training at the district level. So those who will be identified as participants to attend this training will also serve as facilitators when they cascade said training at the district level. So please recommend, feel free to PM Dr. Saturnina Abahon on your recommendees. PSDSS are also reminded to monitor utilization of SPED Program Support Fund. Para atang nakalimutan na natin kasi reading or looking at your monitoring report, parang ang daming MOOE, monitoring the MOOE, check the MOOE, procurement. Wala na tayong monitoring na kinandak sa schools. So this time again, we are asking the public schools district supervisors and PICDs to monitor the utilization of SPED Program Support Fund for the calendar year 2021. Monitoring team of regional and division office shall also monitor its utilization. So, if liquidated, please prepare accomplishment report and submit soft copy. Especially yung mga SPED schools natin with support fund, please, pag na-comply nyo na yan at properly liquidated, furnish us a copy of your accomplishment report. You cannot just simply receive the PSF without informing us as to what happened to ano yung nangyari ng procurement ninyo. So there should be an accomplishment report. Then comparative enrollment data for school year 2020-2021 versus 2021-2022 shall also be submitted. Only 19 schools have complied, and we are waiting for others to submit, especially those recipients of SPED. We do not want to flash here the schools na hindi pa nakapag-submit. We will just PM you kung hindi pa kayo nakapag-submit. For Zeal for Progress in Language Teaching, Regional Memorandum Number 50, Series of 2022, the DepEd Zamboanga Peninsula Region's response to English, Filipino, and mother tongue-based communicative competences and multiliteracy. The Zeal for Progress in Language for Teaching program is grounded on the needs of the learners for the development of subsequent interventions. So to achieve the targets of this program, this is a new program launched by the regional office, Zeal for Progress in Language Teaching, and we need to communicate you because there are activities which also involve our people from the field. So to achieve the targets of this program, the following shall serve as enabling objectives. Unpack the milks of the English, Filipino, and MTBML curricula, conduct the capacity building across grade levels and learning areas to become effective language teachers, improve communicative competence of learners through communication, arts festival, employ language teachers needs analysis or the TNA survey for informed decision making, strengthen technical assistance and mentee-mentor mechanism through language teaching demonstration festival, implementation of language intervention programs in the SDOs through research development and policy formulation, bridge the gap in communicative ability or proficiency of learners to meet the language and art standards of their grade level, expand access of teachers and learners to teaching and learning language materials, enhance skills of supervisors and school heads in giving technical assistance to teachers, teaching languages, and recognize the SDO schools and teachers with effective language teaching instruction and program implementation. Capacity building activities. The capacity building activities that will be conducted by the region, and this will also be the same activities that will also be conducted by the division office. Action research writing, development of concept paper, and other relevant language teaching learning process. For the rewards and recognition, the schools division offices, schools and teachers with effective language instruction and program implementation will be given recognition. So schools that meet all language standards in each grade level shall be awarded with the Zeal for Progress in Language Teaching. School station offices will be given the status of Center of Zeal for Progress in Language Teaching if at least 80% of their schools are awarded with Zeal of Excellence in Language Education. Now, another one from the Department of Education, this Gateway Gallery Pocket Museum and Sining Saysay Augmented Reality. We encourage our schools, especially because you already have your tablets, you have your laptops. This will supplement the teaching of Araling Panlipunan, MAPE, specifically sining, and the rest of the subjects. DepEd Memorandum Number 1 Series of 2022. This is all about Gateway Gallery, Pocket, Museum, Mobile Application, and Sining Saysay Augmented Reality. These are digital platforms which are readily accessible so that teachers and learners can learn about Philippine history in an interactive way. So, an example of mobile app that highlights museum features such as exhibits, art images, and cultural products, and it mimics an actual museum experience through a smartphone. So this Pocket Museum mobile application actually provides an engaging platform via augmented reality or AR in learning about our country's history and culture. It also serves as a supplementary tool in education. Another thing, this will also assist the teachers in teaching history, culture, and art subjects. And it provides opportunity for the users to have their artworks or essays featured in the app and provides a meaningful connection to the museum. So, ang Sining Saysay Augmented Reality experience is one of the main features. Ito talaga one of the main features of the Gateway Gallery Pocket Museum. So users will see the paintings come alive to tell its story or historical narrative using the videos, images, music, and voice over. How to use? Search the Gallery Pocket Museum on Google Play and Apple Store. So download or install the app. Actually, the app is free and explore the features. So for our teachers, for our IT teachers, our senior high school, junior, and all the teachers, please download the Gallery Pocket Museum or install the app from the Google Play and Apple Store. Parts of the Pocket Museum view allows you to view ito, pwede ninyo ito ma-access. The online exhibit. Example, the Sining Saysay, Philippine History in Art exhibit, You Matter exhibit. For the augmented reality, it allows you to access the camera to launch the AR when in front of the painting or image of the painting. So experience the augmented reality. How to use? For mode 1, scan the painting or image in Gateway Gallery or from online or printed images. And mode number 2, press the playback button at the lower right corner. So that's all. Thank you. And once again, good morning. This is your CID Chief, Joy Magallanes, reporting.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Joy. That was our CID Chief, Dr. Juliet A. Magallanes. Thank you for the updates, ma'am. So we will be giving you 10 minutes to raise your questions. So please use our chat box. Please hit the chat box in the Microsoft Teams and in our YouTube Live. Type your questions, queries, and clarifications so they can be addressed properly. Thank you. And Please use our official hashtag for today upon uploading photos in your Facebook and Instagram accounts. Our official hashtag is hashtag 8 Demancom Sasur. I think it's already flashed in your screens. That's our official hashtag for today. Do we have questions? Okay, so if you have no questions for the CID updates, let's call back Sir Ton to answer some queries through our messenger. Sir Ton, for the SGOD.
Yes, Ma'am Kat.
Sir Ton, please take your time.
Am I heard?
Yes, loud and clear.
So what question should I address, please?
Okay, so I will be reading the question. It was sent to me through Messenger, Facebook Messenger for a while. This is from PSDS Marites Abad of Gipos. They have submitted now 13 AIPs and not returned. Why is it that the approval is 0%? Sir Ton?
Okay, so in consideration to the submission of the AI from the field, maybe that AIP no, from GIPOS is still in the accounting section. So what our record here that I presented during my time kanina is coming from the database in which na nakapirma na ako. No? So nakapirma na ako. So maybe they may get in touch with the people from the accounting and ask if ever their AIP, the AIP that they submitted is still in there. Is still in the accounting right now. Pag makaakyat na yun dito, that will be the time that we will encode na that this particular AIP has been checked by the accounting and forwarded in our office.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Ton. Um, I think the question is addressed. Do we have other questions?
Okay, Ma'am Kat, I just would like to give this advance announcement that by tomorrow, we shall be conducting an orientation, online orientation on the guidelines on the expansion of limited face-to-face classes, and that will be online. We will be posting the memorandum to this effect this afternoon, division memorandum, and we will also be providing the link, MS Teams link for this purpose tomorrow morning before we will start with our virtual orientation.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Ton.
Do we have some more queries, Kat?
Nobody is typing questions in our chat box, both in Teams and in YouTube Live. So I think they have no further questions. Time check, it's 11:53 in the morning. Time check, it's 11:53 in the morning, and I think we'll be declaring a lunch break. So we'll be back at exactly 1 p.m. for more updates from our top management. So see you later at 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy your lunch. Okay, so we have seen, all right, so we have seen questions in the Microsoft Teams posted in the chat box. So we will be addressing this now na po. Okay? Okay, so this is from Anonymous. Good morning po. Clarification lang po sa topic ni Sir Ganub about the face-to-face limited classes. It was not clear because of the poor internet signal. Sir Ton, are you still there?
Yes, I am here. What might
Clarification lang daw
be
po
the
with regards to the
clarification?
face-to-face
Oh,
classes.
okay, so I just would like to repeat the advance information that I give that are in consideration to the expansion of the face-to-face classes. We shall be conducting a virtual orientation tomorrow. No, so any concerns about the expansion about the this particular thing, you may reserve that question for our online orientation tomorrow. We shall be posting the division memorandum for this online orientation this afternoon. Okay, so doon na natin pag-usapan bukas yung mga queries relevant to the expansion of face-to-face classes.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ton. I think it's clear. So that will be answered tomorrow po with regards to the face-to-face classes. Next question. May I inquire about the update of my action research? It is still a proposal, but I never heard of any update about it.
From Kat?
Yes, Sir Ton.
Okay,
This
who
is with
is,
regards to the action research.
may we know who is that person so that we can refer his or her concern to our division research coordinator.
We are encouraging to please use your names so we can recognize you properly po. Okay, next question. Okay. Okay, we have here okay, yung queries nyo po about the face-to-face classes, those questions will be answered tomorrow po during the orientation, as mentioned earlier by Sir Ton. Okay, so I think we'll now be declaring a lunch break. See you later po at 1 p.m. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our 8th Virtual Division Management Committee meeting. Time check, it's 1, 2 in the afternoon, and we are good to go. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. Please hit our chat box and type, I'm here, so we can recognize you. Shout out to all my former colleagues, my friends from Molave Vocational Technical School, Molave, Zamboanga del Sur, and so with our friends from Bitina National High School, San Miguel District. Thank you for watching, ma'am and sir. I also would like to say hi and hello to my friends from Gipos National High School. Special mention to Romel Robledo, Kathy Dula Camion, and Ray Camion. Hi, salamat sa inyong video nga gisend. Check. All right, while we wait for our next resource speaker, let's acknowledge questions from our chat box. So we have here from Sir Julwin M. Lahay-Lahay. I think he's from Tukuran, tama ba? Inquiring any update of his action research. So he said that if he cannot receive any update with regards to his action research until March of this year. He will he wanted to get back the action research. Sir Ton, any additional input?
Okay, so may I know who is that teacher, Ma'am Kat?
It's Sir Julwin M. Lahay-Lahay po, Sir Ton, from
Okay.
Tukuran.
Okay, I have to refer his concern to our division research coordinator, Dr. Lito Bahian, and we will just inform him whatever might be the response of Sir Lito.
Okay po. Thank you so much, Sir Ton. I think that's loud and clear. Thank you, Sir Ton. All right, I think our next resource person is now ready. So to give us updates from... Oh, wait lang. Okay. Once again, I am encouraging everybody to please use our official hashtag for today. It's hashtag 8Demankom sa Sur. Again, hashtag 8Demankom sa Sur. Please use our official hashtag as you post photos in Facebook and Instagram. Thank you. Hello, hello. Shout out to our friends from Dumalina 1. They are watching down from the district office. Hello mga ma'am and sir. And of course, nanagi nag-chat. Good afternoon to our friends from Mahayag South. Always in, never out with the leadership of our PSDS, Lito Bahian. Hi, Sir Lit. Good afternoon. Okay, so I think we are now set for the next update. To give us updates on the ISO, RPMS, IPCRF, and other matters, let's welcome once again our ASDS, Dr. Romeo M. Daligdi. Sir, please take your time.
Again, my greetings to our Schools Division Superintendent, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, and to all the participants and the officials of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur, Department of Education. Pleasant afternoon, everyone. And my sharing might take you so long to listen and to pay attention, but I'd like to only have a marathon in some of the parts of my slide and PowerPoint because we are running out of time. But anyway, I'd like to also commend the indulgence of our participants. Happy happily aspiring, perspiring because of the reports and of course the challenges that the pandemic has brought to all of us. And I believe God has been there to sustain our energy, our service, and our aspiration to provide quality basic education and its services. RF, especially on my observations on the documents submitted to the office, and especially those who were involved in the revalidation. Then our schools or the schools with unclaimed supplies or documents that will be part of my updates, status of liquidation reports, and then SBM validation action plan, and our hosting of the Regional Management Committee meeting in March. So let us also find out our preparation in terms of our presentation on the conduct of the Primancom to be hosted by Zamboanga del Sur Division. Under ISO, still there is a moratorium on the implementation or in the procurement and preparation of certifying body. And then we also have the establishment of one DepEd, one QMS, and soon the schools, with the help and support of the district supervisors, will be venturing into implementation of quality management system. So as soon as the one DepEd, one QMS will be already in place and finalized, especially in the provision of the manual that we are going to follow, I'm sure other schools or some schools in our division will be also into ISO certification. But you have to revisit all this DepEd memorandum and DepEd order so that everybody will be guided. So let us always read and understand in order for us to know what are the guidelines and what are the procedures in order for us to succeed in the implementation of the quality management system. And our brand is the ISO. In terms of ISO, as part of our transacting client in the division office, we would like to request all the public schools district supervisors, school heads, teachers, and personnel, and other transacting clients to observe schedules or protocols in visiting the SDO, and to accomplish before you go home the client satisfaction survey with all honesty and seriousness and diligence, and submit that copy to the frontline desk to help our beloved schools division office as an organization to improve, to grow, and to excel. So this is just a request that every time you visit the schools division office, you have to also accomplish the client satisfaction survey form. And this is one of our mechanisms in generating some data as our reference on what areas we are going to improve so that we can satisfy our clients in terms of basic education services. All those with outstanding rating and below shall review and understand further the provisions in DepEd Order 2, Series of 2015 in terms of the following. And there is really something that we can improve in the rating because we have to be guided by the description of the performance indicators, as we call performance measures, in terms of effectiveness or quality, efficiency, and timeliness. All this should be taken seriously when we evaluate our teachers, when we evaluate our master teachers, head teachers, and the school heads. Of course, I am always expecting the support and the guidance to be provided by the public schools district supervisors and of course the principals in charge of the district as our way of providing technical assistance on how to really understand DepEd Order number 2 series of 2015 so that we can avoid problems and misconception during the validation and revalidation of the ratings, because this is really about the performance of our teachers, our personnel, and our school heads, and even the district supervisors in the field. So if we have understood already the provision in the DepEd Order number 2 series of 2015, then our performance management system, which is results-based performance management system, will not encounter any problem or any trouble when we submit our documents at the end of the school year and at the end of the fiscal year. And also, I'd like to highlight the description of our rating. So we have the numerical rating and adjectival rating. So for 5, outstanding, and I know this is always the ultimate dream of all the employees of DepEd to really aim up to the outstanding level. But as you can see on the screen, so let us be also familiar or refamiliarize that if you rate yourself outstanding, and this is what you are going to comply with, your performance represents an extraordinary level of achievement in terms of quality, effectiveness, efficiency, and timeliness as performance indicators in evaluating our performance for the entire year. So that is why we are so very particular in the means of verifications that you will submit as a proof to justify your rating of 5. So rating of 5, that is already the peak of our performance. So since that is already the peak of our performance, we need concrete proof or proofs as means of verification so that we can really affirm your rating as 5 equivalent to outstanding. So that is why for the outstanding rating for a school head, master teachers and teachers, this is really challenging because you have to provide for us in the division office to be convinced that you are doing your job beyond quality, because quality is meeting the standard, and our standard is 3 in terms of RPMS ratings. So if you want to go beyond like 4 and 5, make sure that your MOVs would really warrant. When we can see that your MOVs would really warrant, then we can always give you what you desire, what rating you desire all throughout the fiscal year or all throughout the school year. So grounded by this RPMS provision is specifically displayed in Table 2, the RPMS rating scale. So we have to, again, understand, we will not only know, but understand this provision so that we can submit our MOVs with a joyful heart, although it's a sacrifice on your part, but just consider it as a pleasing sacrifice so that you will also be happy in the end. And this is part of the requirements in the granting of PBB, together with the ISO level of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur. All those with outstanding rating and below shall review and understand further the provisions in DepEd Order 2 Series of 2015 and shall submit the essential MOVs for the extraordinary level of achievement such as innovation and intervention created and accomplishments based on the AWA or work from home arrangement. This is to address emerging gaps of the school and the community. So this is just a reminder. I am repeating this one so that at the end of the fiscal year 2022 or school year 2021 or 2021-2022, all of you can submit what is really necessary to be submitted. Okay, we have the range 4.5 to 5, that is outstanding. So outstanding again is that is achievable, but we have to again provide the means of verification that will help us as rater and approving authority to be convinced that you are doing even beyond expectations. So your performance should be exceptional, and you should have conducted or you should have designed innovative intervention as your unique initiative so that all of us in the division will also support you to be an outstanding performer, be it in the district, school or even in the community learning centers. Our PMS of PCRF Part 2, this is about competencies. So for the school heads, you have to again satisfy the provision in this DepEd Order number 2 series of 2015. And let us remind ourselves that in rating our competencies Part 2, let's do it diligently, such that our MOVs would also support and justify, so that we can really conclude that you as a leader in the school, you as the teacher in the school are really doing well and hoping to also do better in the next school year or fiscal year on the part of the division office proper personnel. And then we have this one, competencies for personnel. The first one that I showed earlier, those are the competencies that we have to evaluate on the part of the school head, because there is a portion about leadership skill. So these are core behavioral competencies that we need also to review, so that our rating would be true to life. Our rating should not be just taken for granted or for the sake of compliance. So I'd like to reiterate this one, that in this part 2 competencies, we have also to think twice. Use our 21st century skill, critical thinking skill, before we will affect or before we will rate or put our rating in this part of the IPCRF or OPCRF. Okay, for the competencies, we are gauged, or our performance is measured using this scale. So 5, you should be the role model. And if you are the role model, make sure that your school and you are looked up by our constituents, if you are a school head, and if you are a teacher, by our co-teachers, to be the role model in the school from day 1 of the 365 days in the fiscal year. So 5 is role model. That is very high already, and that's the peak of the rating in terms of competencies, be it competencies for the teacher as personnel and competencies for the school head as an instructional leader. Okay, this is provided in DepEd Order number 2, series of 2015, paragraph 36, that all our ratings should be provided and supported by reports, documents, or any output as proof of actual performance. So in the absence of these documents, when you are already validating or conducting validation or revalidation, that particular task shall not be rated and shall be disregarded. So all your MOVs should correspond to the KRAs and objectives, and even the performance indicators reflected in your OPCRF or IPCRF. So let us always be serious in rating ourselves, and also to the rater, we should also be particular on what MOV would support the rating, or what should be the MOV that would really guarantee that the ratee is performing better, or if not better, performing the best among the rest. So let's come now to part 4, development plans. We have this strength, development needs. Now, I would like to also encourage all the raters and even the ratee, when you enter your data under strength and then development needs, you can state your strength and development needs in a generic form. But I'd like to remind all of you that when you enter your statements or data under action plan, let us be specific. Meaning that we have already, or we should already identify what specific L&D program, what specific activity title that you will conduct in order that the need will be addressed. So that when this need, development need will be addressed, that will already form part of the strengths of the personnel in the near future or after the year when this L&D program will be already delivered to address the need or the gaps of the performance of our personnel in Zamboanga del Sur Division. Okay, I'm just sharing to you the observations that I've got during the evaluation of your IPCR or OPCRF. So number one, the annual supervisory plan shall be approved by the school's division office. So some of you complied. I did not say that all of you did not comply with this, but this is just an observation. So that means number one is in place. Annual supervisory report shall be also accomplished based on the annual supervisory plan. So I'd like to see in the next revalida or in the next evaluation or before I will affix my signature as rater or approving authority as a school head. This is for the school heads. As a school head, we need also to map our annual supervisory report on the annual supervisory plan so that we can check whether you are on the right track or not on the right track. Then number three, action plan for development needs of the ratee shall be specific. When we say specific, the title of activity should be already there as intervention guide for the rater and present it in the L&D plan or program format. Like you have the objective, title of the activity, venue, modality, and then persons involved, budget, and then remarks. And the strengths and development needs may be worded as generic, but the action plan or intervention must be specific so that the division office can really identify what are those L&D programs that we can also provide as a form of technical assistance to all the people in the field who's needing this particular technical assistance. In part 2, competencies 5 is given if you are visited by other schools to benchmark. That could be possible and that is doable. So that 5 would be already there in your IPCR or OPCRF. The summary report for timeliness, MOV, there should be a deadline per memorandum, and then date submitted, number of days from deadline, and then the rating and the remarks. So we will give you the template because we will be having our reorientation, especially on the updated issuance of RPMS for the teachers, and then master teachers, and full-time radio broadcasters that we have hired during the pandemic. And then soon that will be conducted to be spearheaded by our HRDS in our division office. Then number 6, we have the individual daily log accomplishment reports. This is the IDLAR. The school head, if you are rating and evaluating teachers, you should have to consolidate essential outputs during the hour or work from home arrangement. So this is also important to be attached, especially if you are in the outstanding level. So this is very important that we need to see so that we can also identify what are those spectacular innovation and intervention that the school, the teacher, and the school head have initiated. 7, the list of top 10 development needs with their corresponding intervention. So the list has been accomplished and we are on the right track in this area. Then number 8, the head teacher and school head or principal shall have different KRAs and MOVs shall not be all the same because the functions, duties, and responsibilities of the master or the head teacher especially if you are in the secondary school, head teacher and some master teachers, there should be a distinction between the KRAs and objectives of the head teacher in the secondary school and the master teacher versus the principal KRAs and objectives. So we will also discuss this one thoroughly when we have our RPMS reorientation. The school head shall affix her fresh signature on the IP or OPCRF of the master teacher or head teacher if you are in the secondary school, not just stamped or e-signature. 10, physical development plan shall be included in the SIP or SIP adjustment. So when you adjust and when you can think of how to improve the physical facility and even the physical facade of your school, then have it in the SIP adjustment or SIP or SI adjustment plan. 11, do not forget to conduct mid-year review. This should be conducted and to be accomplished or accomplish the coaching and monitoring form as basis that the rater and the ratee have sat down and then discussed how to improve their performance. The recommendation or agreement shall be specific to the ratee and coachee, not true to all, because we have to also make it specific to the ratee being coached and the ratee being monitored. 12, outstanding rating must present an innovative project to prove that ratee's performance represents extraordinary achievement in quality, efficiency, timeliness based on the authentic MOVs. Next. For the master teachers, IPCR, OPCRF, recommendation in COT shall be clearly stated based on the result of the observation so that we can really track how to help the teacher and how to help the master teachers on the part of the school head to also improve, because the DepEd is always banking on the continuous improvement. And then the portion in the CUT report under other comments shall be properly filled out. So that should not be left blank in your IPCR, OPCRF, MOVs. Reflections shall be authentic, duly signed by the signatories. The signatories are not uniform in the submitted IP and OP that we receive. So there should be uniformity on what and who to sign our reflections as part of the requirements in the submission of the classroom observation tool and the classroom observation activity conducted by our master teachers and also our school head. For the teachers, master teachers, full-time teacher broadcasters, we will be conducting orientation on handshaking our DepEd 2 series of 2015 and DepEd Memorandum 04 series of 2022. So soon we will be having a convergence on this so that again our purpose is to update our dear teachers, master teachers, and full-time teacher broadcasters. Okay, we have also derived from the IPCRF and OPCRF development needs submitted by our school heads and supervisors, and number one here is ICT skills enhancement. So we cannot also do away with the KITE program of our DepEd, and we focus on teachers upskilling and reskilling, and one program that we are to address is program on ICT skills enhancement, because that is number one in all the development needs gathered from the field. So I hope this will be also respond to the laptops provided by our local government unit, because one of the 21st century skills is ICT skill. So that's one. So at least all those teachers and personnel or employees who receive their laptops can already make use of their laptop on the side by keeping themselves leveling up in terms of ICT skills. So you keep on improving, and soon I know that other teachers will also be given. Let us just hope. That's the hope and the dream of our division office, to provide all of you in the field with the support of our local government unit. And then pedagogical development in teaching. So teaching strategies, maybe on online, because we are in the pandemic, and how to also supervise in the retrieval and distribution of the modules. And that's part of the pedagogy. And then facilitation skills development, and all of this, rest assured that this one will be also communicated to all of you, so that the district and even the school heads can also design their own local programs to address these training needs gathered from the IPCRF or OPCRF of our teachers, school heads, and even district supervisors. And then we also like to inform, if not remind, all these schools to claim your knapsack sprayer, so that we can already deliver this one, or you can already use this one in your own station. So these are the following schools: national high schools who missed to claim your supplies on knapsack sprayer. So I will not anymore read the name of the schools. Anyway, you know whether you have claimed or not claimed yet the sprayer. And then next, we have unclaimed documents. I will not anymore mention one by one. So I will just post this one in our group chat in the interest of time, so that all the supervisors whom these schools with unclaimed documents will also remind the owners and administrators and even principals of these private schools, most of them are private schools, to claim their documents from our records section, so that we can also decongest and we can also have more space for other incoming documents that we are to handle in this division office. And then status on liquidation reports. We have still 1,799,700 for those who were not able to liquidate on time. This is from 2011 to 2020. So how many years have passed? Still, there are people who were not able to submit their liquidation reports. So as to the names of those people in the field, you will be notified through division memorandum or notice that we will have a talking moment or moments about this submission of liquidation reports. So you can just imagine we still have unliquidated funds from 2011 and then 2020. Good for 2021 because all the schools, all those who received their cash advances were able to catch up in the submission of liquidation reports. So these are the updates on status on liquidation reports. So 1 million, we still have 1 million. And I believe the person concerned, the teacher concerned, the teacher, head teacher concerned, and school head concerned did not also enjoy their PBB. So I could not just, I'm still wondering why they are not interested to claim their PBB. So maybe it needs a talk therapy to all these people in the field so that they will also comply and submit their liquidation reports soon, so that everybody will be happy. We will be happy enjoying our PBB in the later part of the year. So as to the names, I promise that we will inform you, the person concerned, as to why you have this unliquidated cash advances. So sorry to know that there are people in the field really who will just rest and relax even if these funds were not liquidated on time. So we have District 1. I will not anymore mention because it will also eat up time. So just wait for the communication that we will be releasing maybe after this DemandCom so that all of you will be reminded that you still have accountability in the division office. Of course, I will also ask the assistance and the support of the school's district supervisor so that we can always uphold our efficiency in terms of budget utilization report. We cannot also be happy if the people in the field are still encountering this problem as part of their accountability. Remember, we have the responsibility and accountability that we have to also satisfy so that we can deliver education, quality education, and excellent education in the field. SBM Action Plan, this was already disseminated, and like to remind you that February 7 to 11, 2022, all the district supervisors and PICDs are already expected to have conducted and validated level of SBM practice to all the schools under them so that by March, we can already take on and have our first part of the SBM validation journey. And this is to ensure that our teachers, our learners are always in good hands. So watch out for March. That will be our caravan of SBM implementation validation. So I'd like to congratulate for those who have already assessed themselves, school heads, as level 3, level 2. Then you must have to prepare your means of verifications so that we can recommend you for regional validation. So this is, I know, the ultimate goal of our school head to also excel in school-based management. I know there's always a promise if you are SBM level 3. For now, you cannot understand or you may not understand that there is really a great promise on SBM implementation. If only the school head is serious and then diligent in the implementation of the K-12 curriculum, and then teachers upskilling and reskilling, and then of course the stakeholders engagement, if these are already in place, then you have no reason why you cannot have level 3 in the SBM implementation. And also, do not forget the 4 dimensions of SBM: leadership and governance, accountability and continuous improvement, curriculum and instruction, and we have management of resources. All these constitute how to be an SBM champion. Who knows that majority of us school heads in the division of Zamboanga del Sur will reach the SBM level 3 and even SBM level 4 later, because I know the central office is already cooking for a new guideline or issuance of SBM, and we have to really improve in our management so that the people around us, our stakeholders, especially the learners and the teachers, will also be happy. So our dream is to produce happy and smart learners, and through SBM, everything will be in place and order. Okay, so at the end of, in December, after all this caravan of validation in the SBM, we're hoping that in December 2022, we can already, this should be 2022 because that's the last year. I'm sorry for the clerical error. That should be December 16, 2022, we can already conduct SBM Expo, where all the level 3 implementers will converge to also showcase their innovations, showcase their uh, innovations, interventions, and any unique best practice that you can show to our SDO officials and even to our guests from the central office. But this is subject to the approval of our head of office, our very own schools division superintendent. Anyway, this is just a plan. So a plan could also represent our dream, what to happen in this fiscal year 2022 as far as SBM implementation is concerned. So I'm happy that all the school heads are really preparing for SBM validation. I know this will take sacrifice, but rest assured that your sacrifice is a pleasing sacrifice. Enjoy the preparation in your SBM so that we can promote to the region or to the regional office or to the other divisions that we are really for quality and excellence. And we always continue to improve. We always continue to improve in the delivery of basic education services. So do not set aside the KITE program of the Secretary and also the dimensions anchoring on DepEd Order number 83 series of 2012. So I hope you're enjoying your SBM because in SBM you need spirit, body, and mind. I just remember the 7S principle of Malaybalay City Division that they included spirit and safety in their 5S. So they have 7S already. So with this guidance of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur office, all of you will become SBM champions. And then, the last but not the least, I'd like to also inform everyone that the Zamboanga del Sur Division will be hosting the Rimancom in March, the Regional Management Committee meeting, March 2022. And I just like to, because I am also excited to see their preparation and their presentations. So I just shared to you some of the pictures of the rehearsals that all these talents of Zamboanga del Sur Division among the supervisors and district supervisors who joined in this another round of sacrifice so that we can showcase also our talents during the Regional Management Committee meeting in March 2022. So look at that, the talents of Zamboanga del Sur Division headed by the following people in the pictures. So we have combined music and moves of our Zamboanga del Sur talents among the supervisors and education program supervisors. See that? There's always a magic if everybody is engaging through teamwork, collaboration, and cooperation. It's just a matter of sharing our talents and even sharing our time and other resources. So I'd like to also highlight that our district supervisors, they also made time and found time that all their functions, duties, and responsibilities are not also compromised. So I'd like to leave you, that's all for the updates on ISO, RPMS, liquidation reports, and unclaimed documents and supplies, and also our preparation for the hosting of the Regional Management Committee meeting of Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula. So again, let's join together in reading 1 Peter chapter 4, verses 8 to 10. Above all, keep loving one another earnestly. So we have to respect one another because that is also a sign of love. Since love covers a multitude of sins, so we can save other sins if we also show and exude love to them. Show hospitality to one another without grumbling, without complaining. As each has received a gift, use it to serve one another as good stewards of God's varied grace. So that's from 1 Peter chapter 4, verses 8 to 10. And according to Hebrews chapter 10, verses 24 to 25, and let us consider how we may spur one another on toward love and good deeds, not giving up, meeting together, as what we are doing today, as some are in the habit of doing, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching. So to all of you in the platform and to all of you in the YouTube channel of Zamboanga del Sur Division, thank you very much for your presence. Thank you. God bless you and stay safe. So to all of you, thank you again and good afternoon.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much, ASDS Romeo M. Daligdig. Indeed, there is truly strength in unity. So this time, ladies and gents, you are given 10 minutes to raise your questions. Please don't hesitate to hit our chat box and type your queries and clarifications so those can be answered properly. While you are typing, I just would like to do a shout out to all the M&E coordinators in the division of Zamboanga del Sur. Hello, hello, ma'am and sir. Um, okay, so I will be reading this AIP update. Okay, please hit our chat box if you have questions, clarifications with regards to the update of ASDS Daligdig. So Romy is truly one of our lodis here in the division office. Our acronym king and the encyclopedia, the walking encyclopedia. Okay, so I think nag-iisip pa sila kung ano talaga yung itatanong nila for Sir Romy. Okay, sir. Thank you so much, Sir Rom. Okay, this time, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next resource person who will be giving us updates on the HRM-PSB DSC, Prime HRM, RPMS, IPCRF, and other matters. Let's all welcome our boy next door, ASDS Raymond M. Salvador. Sir, please take your time.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm starting to share my screen and it can be seen. Uh,
Yes, sir.
yeah, thanks, Ma'am Kat. A blessed afternoon to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, ma'am, to my counterpart, Dr. Romeo M. Daligdig, sir, to our two chiefs, Dr. Ernesto Tardo of the SGOD and Dr. Juliet Magallanes of the CID, to the members of the EXICOM, and to all our audience virtually, the public schools district supervisors, the principal in charge of the districts, school heads, and teachers joining this 8th Virtual Division Management Committee meeting. Maayong hapon sa atong tanan. Allow me to continue to present the updates coming from ASDS Daligdig. This time I will be sharing a few updates on HRM PSB, DSC, Prime HRM, and other concerns. Now, for the HRM PSB, I'd like to point out 5 concerns and updates. Now, we are currently doing the district elementary teachers inventory for all the districts in our division. This is to address the need of master teachers in all schools so that all our elementary schools in the division will have a master teacher who would work with us, especially in achieving the targets in reading and in our achievement level. As what mentioned a while ago, we are trying to hit targets, especially when the one quality management system of the Department of Education would be cascaded down to the level of the school. So we are trying to address the needs by doing the district elementary teachers inventory. Next, that we're also doing the SIPAP inventory, excuse me, for all secondary schools. We already started with Congressional District 2. We have gathered all the secondary school heads to include the implementing units. Uh, it was held at Pitogo Central School, and we are very grateful and thankful for Pitogo District for hosting that convergence. And we are also looking to see all the secondary school heads of Congressional District 1. And I am glad to report for and on behalf of our schools division superintendent that we have already successfully addressed one concern from 2 schools, especially in the SIPAP, the plantilla of our secondary school teachers. And we are currently now requesting those school heads who are already having the inventory at hand to fast track the necessary documents and forward it to the office, or to the office of ASDS Daligdig and yours truly, so we can also go over the documents and submit it to the office of the SDS, so we could forward it to the Department of Budget and Management Regional Office. We are grateful that we are slowly putting our teachers in place who have been long lost. They were thinking that they belong to that particular secondary school, but only to find out when they were applying for promotion or reclassification, their names are not included in that school where they are serving. And what we are doing currently is giving justice for the services that they are rendering for many years, and we are having a positive vibe on this endeavor. Next on the bullet is the reclass of principal and head teachers. Um, Let us be reminded that for those who are aspiring to reclass for higher position for principal and head teachers, that they must take note and go over Department Order 97 series of 2011, as there are requirements stated there that you need to comply and must comply. Take note that the years in service, the trainings that you need, and the level of practice, especially in the SBM, is mandated. So for those who are asking what's the status of their declassification, the documents are being scrutinized by the HRMO, particularly the Office of HRMO Eva Castro, and aligning all your documents presented to DepEd Order 97 series of 2011. Now, as for those aspirant teachers in the field for master teachers, we are very glad that our SDS has uphold the MEC order number 10 series of 1979, which is until now, decades ago pa ito, is still being adopted as to the qualification standard for master teacher 1. And we are very happy that she granted to all teachers in the field that regardless of teacher 1, 2, or 3, may apply for Master Teacher 1, provided they have to meet all the necessary criteria as stated in the said order, particularly the leadership potential. So we are hoping that those who are aspiring to be promoted to master teachers will really go over their pertinent documents prior to their application. And by the way, let us be reminded that with the election coming up in May 9, we are currently being governed by DepEd Memorandum Number 5, Series of 2022, which was issued last February 17, that the grant of continuing authority from COMELEC to appoint, hire new employees, and transfer or detail of DepEd personnel during the election period of the 2022 national and local election. Just like to highlight this, no, that is part of this memoranda. I mean, the memoranda, particularly statement number 2, that letter A, that this authorization shall be limited to orders to appoint, hire new employees, and transfer or detail of DepEd officers and employees signed and issued by the Secretary Leonor M. Briones. That the said appointment, hiring, and transfer or detail is essential to the proper functioning of the office and shall not in any manner influence the conduct of the May 9, 2022 national and local elections. Letter C, that the same shall not involve promotion or the giving of any increase of salary or remuneration or privilege, which is strictly prohibited during the 45-day period before the May 9, 2022 elections, without any exemption whatsoever. If my mathematics is correct, 45 days period before the May 9 election, I think the election ban for this item letter C would probably start on March 24 or March 25, with the statement that it should be before the May 9 or before that 45-day period before the May 9 election. So prior to that, if there are any vacancies of which our HRMO has already published the vacancies, so those who are aspiring to be promoted must go and look into our vacancies and prepare their documents if they wish to be promoted. As again, I like to reiterate, 45 days period before the May 9 elections. Yun, ang promotion. We will have to uh, abide by this statement. Letter D, that authorization shall be prospective in application and without prejudice to the applicable civil service law rules and regulations on personal actions or movements. And lastly, the proper notice is prescribed. Of course, it should also be under the jurisdiction of the COMELEC, especially in this time of election. Okay. Next, for the DSC, the result of the Registry of Qualified Applicants, or RQA, will be available as soon as the head of the agency issues the official memorandum for its dissemination to the field. If you are receiving any results, no, these are not yet official results because there is no yet official result of our RQA. It's still on the table. It is being deliberated. So if you are given this, I don't think it's official, and I don't think it's reliable because there is no RQA result yet released to the field. So please also make sure to trust reliable and reliable and trusted sources for such information. So our RQA will be available again as soon as our head of agency issues the official memo for its dissemination. Okay. Now for our prime HRM journey on my second addendum, our schools division as a ISO certified organization, we believe that it should also harmonize with the prime HRM. So what is prime HRM? Just like to give you a quick meaning to our acronym. It's programmed to institutionalize meritocracy and excellence in human resource management. These targets now, if ISO is focusing on the process, especially in the services provided by our schools division to our clienteles, not only the clienteles meaning not only our teachers but all our stakeholders that has something to do with the transaction in our office. This time, the prime HRM focus on improving the quality of service in terms of human resource management. So more on people resources. Now there are four core systems in our HRM. In our prime HRM. So the four core HRM system are the following: recruitment, selection, and placement, learning and development, performance management, rewards, and recognition. And I'm very proud to say that our teams, the four core HRM system teams have really done a super job, as a start for our prime HRM journey. Now, as a update, as to where we are right now, we have already conducted our uh, commitment and orientation last January 24, 2022, involving our civil service, our accreditor, and all the four core system teams. And with that, they were so inspired to start to work, and that we have also conducted uh, a group dynamics to start brainstorming and looking into what could be possibly do to improve our services in each core system. And if you can see in one of the pictures, our SDS is really looking into the team of Ma'am Udang, Ma'am Leia, Sir Sandy, as this team comprises the recruitment and selection team. So right after the commitment signing, the group started already to do their brainstorming and looking into what are the possible things to look into. And the picture above the team, the RSP team, we have already after the commitment signing, we have also conducted a 3-day leave out self-assessment and strategic planning for Prime HRM, which I believe had really sparked much of our team's interest in journeying our Prime HRM. Again, this is in partner with Civil Service, and uh, the result of the self-assessment made during that day at that 3-day convergence, we use it during our learning visits. Now, during our learning visit, we went to SDO Malaybalay City. If you can see on the photos, each of the core system went to their respective areas. One of the group there, Mamundang and Sir Sean, they went to the HRMO's office, and they are with the HRMO, the lady in yellow, and the lady in green is their assistant schools division superintendent. They were oriented and presented as to how an ISO and Prime HRM accredited organization works, the dynamics of the organization. Just a quick look at their office. It's super tidy. So part of our learning visits is to look at how the office is being structured also. Below, if you can see, nakastarring talaga si PSDS Sir Jesse, they were also oriented and introduced. They were also presented with the um, different practices, the different the different customized practices of the agency for the learning and development, which is headed by Sir Ebenezer Malilay. And I think they were so happy because they were given a superb background on how the Malaybalay City Division did with their Prime HRM journey. Now also we were happy because we were greeted there by their superintendent, the lady in red, no, and the team, the CID, the SGOD team. They were really very accommodating, with the group. So this is our first learning visit stop, and our second learning visit site was none other than the DepEd Regional Office 10 site. Of course, it was headed by DepEd Regional Director, our very own RD Art Bayokot. We were so surprised, as to the structure of the office, how the staff were able to entertain our queries, our questions, and how we were greeted with the information. I think it was that day that most of our teams were able to capture a lot, because regulatory CRO, CSDO is more on the implementation of this statutory and regulatory mandates. So we were able to see again the dynamics of these two learning visit sites. So we were very grateful and thankful to RD Art for the opportunity given. If you look at the group on the table, these are our support staff. This support staff, this is a unique team that we created for Prime HRM because it's comprises of our accountant, the finance group, as they will look into the matter how can we improve our system without relying much on our financial resources, but how we could outsource somehow and to give the improvement physically to our office. So we're very happy that they were also given the chance to look into some of the documents, and they were so surprised as to how the fiscal management was done by the regional office of RO9 RO10. Ma'am Gay also was looking into some of the best practice of one of the schools in DepEd Region 10. I think Ma'am Gay was in the SBM office of Bukidnon National High School. Just imagine Bukidnon High School has, I think, almost 10,000 learners with 400 plus personnel, teaching and non-teaching personnel. So it was a great and wonderful learning visit for all of us. Now, for other concerns for our RPMS cycle for school year 2020, 2021, 2022, let us be guided on DepEd Memorandum Number 4, Series of 2022. Um, this memorandum tells us as to how we will go about rating our teachers, no, and how we will be able to collect all the MOVs and manage the MOVs. Especially now, we are trying to fully adopt all the indicators of the RPMS PPST, both for proficient and highly proficient. So please be guided by the DepEd Memorandum 04 Series of 2022. And lastly, for our cash advances, as a rejoinder to the presentation of ASDS Daligdig, especially those school heads with unliquidated cash advances, we are very happy, during our visits that um, our accountant, Pichi Shane, and I, we were planning to introduce to our division uh, the a liquidation day. Parang we will set a particular date wherein it would only be solely devoted for doing the liquidation of cash advances, MOE, SBFP. And we were happy that we were still talking, the two of us were still talking, and nasa drawing board pa yan namin ni Ma'am Shane. But it was already being adopted in Malaybalay City, Bukidnon. And take note, because of that practice, they have almost zero unliquidated cash advances. So we are hoping that we could also push through with that um, plan. I know Ma'am Shane is also listening, and I know it would be of great help to our school heads, especially for those who are traveling back and forth, especially if some documents are missing and they were not informed on time. And I know it's a major concern, especially for those who are in in a district that is far from the division. So don't worry, all your concerns, all your worries are being noted by yours truly and our accountant, and channeled, of course, to our SDS for proper information. So we are hoping that before the year ends, we will able to introduce new innovations that would help also address this concern that might have caused the delay of your unliquidated cash advances. So wag kayong mag-alala if we are telling that meron kayong unliquidated, but we are also looking into what could have possibly caused this um, delay. So we are also doing our part. So yun po. So with that, I like to say muchas gracias for your time and for listening. If you have any question and might find it difficult to chat here in our platform, you can always visit or PM my office and office of Sir Romy Daligdig, and we'll always be glad to listen and give our time to all of you. So once again, thank you so much. Keep safe and God bless everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Mon. That was our ASDS, Dr. Raymond M. Salvador. All right, so now you are given another 10 minutes for your questions to be answered. So please hit our chat box if you have queries. Please don't hesitate to type your queries. Okay, while you are typing, I will do another shout out. Hi and hello to all my friends from Kumalarang National High School. Special mention to Master Teacher Marjulu Kuwana Jacob and their M&E Coordinator of Kumalarang, Ma'am Riza Armenio. Hi mga ma'am. Okay, so we have here a question from Anonymous. Do we have already a standard OPCRF using the PPSSH? I think this is addressed to Sir Romy. Sir Romy? Sir Mon?
Okay. Yeah. On behalf of Sir Romy, I know he's listening. I think it is already part of our plan for this school year that we are working with Sir Ganub and Sir EM, our SEPS or HRD, that we would be presenting to the group a unified OPCRF and aligning it to our PPSSH. And we are hoping that before the year ends or before we will be able to present it. We will sit down for a schedule, and once it's already finalized, we would conduct an orientation to the teachers on the use of that unified OPCRF for our school heads.
All right, thank you, Sir Mon. Sir Romy, any additional input? The question was, do we already have a standard OPCRF using the PPSSH?
For the meantime, because we just revised this is just in addition to what Sir Raymond has shared to you. By the way, once again, good afternoon. Greeting to all of you. As far as the PPSH standard, that will soon to come because we are still having the preparation for our orientation. Once the orientation will be conducted, then that's the time that we can start adopting the PPSS, Philippine Professional Standards for School Heads. So for the time being, we have to finish first what we have started last school year for this year. And once the standard PPSSH OPCRF will be already in place, then we will also conduct orientation on the implementation of this standard. So I think that's all. Rest assured that you will be oriented.
Thank you, sir. Another question po, Sir Romy. This is with regards to supervisory plan. So it was mentioned by ASDS Dalidig. Do we have a prescribed template for supervisory plan, or in school level can we use the CID forms, or we will make our own template?
Continue doing and using the one that was introduced by the CID, and then maybe in our convergence next week, we can already draft and come up with a supervisory plan that will fit also to the modular learning system. And again, rest assured that this will be communicated once we can already finalize and customize the supervisory plan that will suit to the modality of the schools that the modality that we are using in the schools. So for now, You can continue using what you have started, and then later on, once the customized supervisory plan intended for the COVID curriculum, we call it COVID curriculum, or the K-12 curriculum implementation of the modular learning system, then we will inform you. We will inform you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Another query, this is with regards to, I think, SBM. This is a suggestion from, again, Anonymous. My concern is to fast track the checking or approval of the school SIP. Hence, the true essence of SBM is the decentralization of powers and shared governance with the stakeholders. I would humbly suggest that the SIP and AIP approval will be in the hands of the district supervisors alone, with the help of the district appraisal team created by the PSDSs themselves, because the PSDS has full awareness of the current situation of their respective schools in terms of plans, projects, and activities under his or her jurisdiction. There must be a plenary session in the district for the school heads to defend his budget proposal with the programs and projects. The school head should defend it whether these activities are responsive to the current needs of the school or relevant to. So what happened to the division checkers? Perhaps they will be assigned as division monitoring team to inspect the school activities. Because as I observed, the bottleneck of the implementation and approval of the AIP is the hands of the division checkers, because they don't know the real situation of every school, the urgent needs and relevancy of the projects. Sir?
Okay, for now, my answer is that we will take note of your suggestion, and then we will try to start. We will not try, but we will study on the possibility on the adoption of your suggestion to our processes that we have already in place in the division operation, especially on the management of SIP and AIP. Thank you for the suggestion, Ma'am Anonymous. Ma'am Anonymous, it's all noted, and then give us also time to see the pros and cons of your suggestion before we can finally implement and put that in force. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Romy. Another teacher or school head ba to? He or she is asking for update on the SBM evaluation tool.
Regarding the SBM evaluation tool, we will just use what we have presented during the orientation, because we were allowed by the region to also go on with what we have started. Anyway, the MOVs are the same, only that the clustering of the dimensions and their MOVs that has the, I think that has the issue. But as to the clustering of MOVs, I know the division SBM tool is in place already. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, still from Miss Anonymous, Miss or Mr. Anonymous. This query lang po, the school is teacher, the teacher siguro is teacher, I mean the school head siguro ni. The school head is teacher 1 and joined the ranking for HT position. Pwede po ba na sa HT3 diretso magpa-rank or ladderized jud? Or pwede ra magpa-rank for HT3? The teacher is a TIC for how many years na? Sir Mond, I think you have something to say with regards to this matter.
Ma'am Kat, I'm sorry. Can you please read the question? I went out because there was somebody
Okay,
in the
sir.
office.
It's a query po from Miss or Mr. Anonymous. The school head is teacher 1 and joined the ranking for HT position. Pwede po ba na sa HT3 diretso magpa-rank or ladderized jud? Or pwede ra magpa-rank for HT3? the teacher is a TIC for how many years na daw po, Sir Raymond?
Thank you so much for repeating the question. Mr. or Miss Anonymous, first is that if you are a TIC for so long, thank you for your services. If there is a natural vacancy in your district, we are all aware that once it's a natural vacancy, the item is open throughout the division. So if you are currently a teacher one and you want to apply for head teacher, please look into DepEd order number 39, series of 2007 for the qualification guidelines, because under this qualification guidelines, I think if you are more than a decade in the service, then I think you are qualified if it's a natural vacancy item. Just for a second, I will look for my notes. For HT kasi, if it's natural vacancy, I think the qualification, I mean the experience needed would only be TIC for at least 2 years, or you have been a teacher for 5 years. So if you have met the qualification or the experience based on DO 39, then you can apply. But if it's 3 class and you are currently a TIC, take note it's both are promotions but two different way of getting promoted. If it's natural vacancy, you use DO 39 series of 2007. But if it's the class, again, as mentioned in my updates, you should use DO 97 series of 2011. So if it's natural vacancy, then you are qualified, then you can apply. And if you are TIC, and you look at DO 97 and you have met the qualification as stipulated, then you may apply also. So please take note if the vacancy that you are opting to apply is a natural or if you want to reclass. So I hope it answered your query, Mr. or Miss Anonymous.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Mond. I think the next question is still for you, Sir Mond. This is from PSDS Ruel Farzas. I just would like to ask an update on the result of the ranking of teacher applicants.
Yeah, Sir Ruel, good afternoon, Sir Ruel. As I said during my update, sir, we are already uh, awaiting some of our members of the DSC to affix their signature. There was already a convergence held yesterday. I hope I'm not cutting, no, kasi I have a bad network. The members of the DSC have already convened yesterday and started to scrutinize the results and to go over the documents. Some have already affixed their signature, and we are waiting for a few members who were not available yesterday as they have to hurry back to the field, but they have already went over the documents. They just failed to sign yesterday because they were in a hurry. Once all of the signatories have signed the result, this will be forwarded to the office of the SDS, of which the office of the SDS now will be the one to issue the official communication as to the announcement of the results, sir. I think any time this week or next week, sir, the results will be available to the field, sir. I hope it answered your query, Sir Owen.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Mond and Sir. I think we are now for our next resource person to give us an update on our next to give an update is our ever dazzling division accountant, Ma'am Peachy Shane Karandang. Ma'am, please take your time.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Kat. Can I be heard po?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Alright, this is just a short financial update with regards to the financial transactions. Well, as of this date, we are already implementing the twice a month release of our salary. That is on the 15th day of the month and on the last working day of the month or on the 30th day of the month. So you have already received your net pay last, if I'm not mistaken, last February 16 because that was the first time that we released the 15th month pay. So medyo na-delay siya one day. And then probably by tomorrow, since we have already submitted na the 30th net pay natin for the month of February, nasubmit na po namin sa bank yung ating early DepEd for that. So most probably by tomorrow afternoon, you will receive na the net pay of the half of your net pay for the 30th day of the month. So wala kasing February 3rd